Uh, Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Dulles Falls Village Trustees. It's Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. It's just about 6 o'clock. It is 6 o'clock. And we're here in the lower theater of the town hall in Rockland here. I'll call the meeting to order. And the first item is to approve the minutes of Tuesday, February 25th.
Move that we approve the minutes of the 25th. February 25th.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. I have a comment to make on it. And I guess I would be referring to the first item on the minutes for February 25th, and that's the approve the minutes of February 11th. If you look at item 1 on that agenda, it's the audit presentation. And it says Rick Brigham of Sullivan and Powers Audit Service was on Zoom and gave the presentation to the board. Everything looks good. And the village was given a complete clean opinion on their audit. That is the furthest thing from the truth. As you will remember, and if you'll look at your draft letter, it's probably a final letter here.
Right.
In the draft packet that we received a schedule of deficiencies and internal controls and other recommendations. We had 3 material findings. That's very bad. Okay, we also had a couple of deficiencies, significant deficiencies, and there were other recommendations. So we did not get a clean opinion by any means. We got an opinion that is of concern to me as a member of the trustee board, and it should be a concern to everybody that's on this board. And one of the things that happens with an audit is that the management is required to respond to the audit letter. I don't, this is not an audit letter, but
No.
But I certainly, as a trustee, I want to see management's response to this and what they're going to do to ensure that these deficiencies and material weaknesses are addressed and corrected, so that hopefully in June of 2026, when we receive our 2025 audit, it will be a clean opinion. So I think we should reflect on the minutes of the last meeting that the audit was deficient.
So can we make a motion to change them minutes or update them to reflect that
I'm
information?
not sure what the proper.
Absolutely. You can make a notation
Should we-
that the audit did contain some deficiencies and other items that require management response. I think that's perfectly legitimate.
Okay, I would add that then to approve minutes of February 11th.
Yeah.
And today's the 11th
March 11th.
Today's March 11th.
of March. Okay. Yeah, that's right. February 11th, and put that addendum in there.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on the minutes?
So I have just a follow-up question to that. So does that mean if we get that updated, then do we have to re-vote on it?
No, she just makes the modification.
Okay.
We just
Yeah,
repost it.
The
Yeah.
report card will be next year's audit, really.
Yeah.
Right. We just post the update that the board requested on the
All right.
website.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting.
No, I have nothing.
I would like to have an executive session on personnel,
Okay,
and we can make that number 5.
I was just gonna communications update quickly, but that may be in the manager's report.
well-
I was gonna go ahead and defer to you on that one.
The
Might
next
just do
item,
that
the
under-
next item is
Right.
public comment on items not on the agenda.
Yep.
So if you,
I could take over there. I think it's just a 60-second update because we are launching into one, I think, of the key features of improved communication for the village on e-newsletter and email newsletter. So quite simple, trying to get important communication out via email, which not everyone uses, but most folks use, and a great way to start. So things we can build on from there, but met last week to launch and design what should be in. And happy to take feedback too from the public or from board members about what should be in those updates to have it be really useful about coordinating the town on communications.
and it would be an email
It'll be an email.
update.
It'll be an opt-in, so it'll be one of those things that if you want this information direct to your email, it'll be sent that way. It'll also be posted on the website if people wanna consume content that way, so there'll be multiple ways people can get a hold of this.
Great.
And who's gonna manage that?
So right now, Megan and I are gonna work on it with Gary and also with, we'll see how many people have to actually work on this ultimately. Depends on how broad it becomes. So we're gonna see how it goes. We have a formatting tool to work with. We're gonna try a couple of additions, talk about it at the April tri-board meeting, and then see where we're going from there. So
Do you have a program like MailChimp, which makes it really easy to
we
do something
have
like
actually,
that?
we have Constant Contact that
Oh,
we're gonna
perfect.
work on.
That
Yeah.
would work out.
Yep, so we've got a subscription for a month. We're gonna try it, put out a couple of newsletters and see how it goes.
And your note about who's gonna manage it, it could potentially be a whole lot of work if we.
Well, yeah,
add to it.
that's why I wanted to
Right.
make sure that there was some sort of
Right.
an easy platform and Constant Contact would be great.
Yes.
I don't see any other hands up or whatever.
Anybody on, I don't see
No.
anybody on the TV. I'm sorry. Was there anybody on Zoom that had a comment? No? Okay, maybe it was just a radio. then.
Okay, managers report.
Couple of items. First of all, huge thanks to all of our emergency services personnel. They had a very busy weekend, and a lot of folks with the accident up on 91 were involved with a host of different activities. It's never pleasant to have anything like that occur, but all of our agencies worked well together. Folks stepped up and I thought did a very outstanding job for a very difficult situation. So, our hats off to them. Really appreciate all the work that went into that. It was quite an event when it was all said and done. So appreciate everybody's effort. The water department wanted to let everybody know they're gonna start reading meters on Wednesday. So they'll be around town starting that process for the next round of water billing. So you'll probably see them out and about. So those are the two primary things. We do have the bids out for the roof on this building, so we're hopeful that we'll get some good numbers back and we'll be able to update the board at a future meeting on when the roof is scheduled for replacement, which is really going to be important. So we can get this place watertight and then work on getting the plaster repaired in the building. That's it.
Thank you. And the first item of business is our village police and fire budget discussion.
So I guess we'll go in order since it's easier to do it that way. So Alyssa had put it together. So you can see last year's budget and actual, this year's current budget, and then the request for 26. we can hit a couple of highlights here, and then both chiefs are here for very specific information, if there's specific questions from the board. Couple of items. Again, this budget is not impacted by the decision so far from the town meeting. So we're going through our regular budget process that we would normally budget for next year. As that process goes forward, I'm sure we'll have conversations about what types of things will be impacted for the following year's budget. But just for everybody's information right now, that budget is still, contained. All of the BF fire is contained in this budget that you have in front of you here so far. In terms of fire, we're still waiting to hear from the biggest changes that you'll notice in here. If you look at page 5 of 7 and you look under the mutual aid tone contract, that was one of those items that was part of the,
on the police and fire building, okay, the question I had was on the repairs and maintenance.
okay,
Okay, and now we showed having spent 36,000 last year. Is that what we said? Now, the actual this year, does that include any ARPA?
no, that is just purely operating. ARPA is not part of that
What?
allocation.
What did we spend? What repairs and maintenance cost us 36,300 to date? I just,
Well, that was last year's, right? Last year's budget for the 36,300.
That would include.
Okay,
That
that's-
would include the elevator project.
that was
Part of the elevator.
that's right, that was last year. That was
Right.
the actual for
Right.
last year.
We have 30,000 in this year's, and we had also put in 30,000 for next year. There are some things from a wear and tear standpoint. I know we put in some new flooring in some of the areas. We have to look at a couple of areas that we're having some issues with, heating and air conditioning. And we might have to look at that longer term in the building if we do an equipment, if we take the equipment and put it in a self-contained room. We've talked about what impacts that might have in terms of our current system. We also had to paint and update our dispatch. Things were looking a little trashed in our dispatch area, so we did get some updated painting. We did some minor repairs in that area to try to bring that up to speed. We've had some periodic issues in our basement with water penetration, so we spent some time trying to waterproof the basement, and then also we have evidence rooms down there. So we also had to spend some time sheetrocking and doing some additional work in the evidence rooms, try to bring those back up to speed and avoid having any kind of mold or any kind of problems. So those are a few of the things that I can remember off the top of my head. I guess I'll defer to Dave or to Sean if you guys can think of others that I might have missed.
We also had some roof work done on there too.
Okay. So,
This
Okay.
year's budget, we've spent just under 8,000 so far.
okay,
So it's been a slow year so far this year.
not as intense as the prior year.
Okay, great. Go
We had
ahead
a
with
door-
the fire.
We had a door fail last year too. We had the motor. When one of the door lift motors goes, so those were original to the building. The last one went last year, so they're all new, but that's about three grand right there.
For the big doors.
For the big doors.
That one that was one of the originals from back in the mid-80s.
Yep.
Wow. Well, that's good.
It lasted a long time.
Yeah.
The one thing I did want to point out, if you start looking at, so on page 5 of 7, if you look at that mutual aid tone contract line, so it's under fire office expenses. In the budget, it's a $41,000 item. It is now a 0 item in the 26 budget, and that is because we are now following completely the fire equipment committee and the contract between all the communities. So that is now in the town budget. So the town budget covers that contract for all of our current 3 departments. So that's why you saw that
Amen.
line item disappear.
Great.
Well, it makes sense at this point.
Yes, well, it should have been done before, but for lots of reasons, and it never quite did get moved appropriately. We are still waiting on a couple of grants. I think Sean has a couple of grants outstanding. They don't require significant matches, but I think we have an AED grant out and,
Yeah, the AED grant, was not, not as good as what we had hoped, for. There is, a couple of Fire Act grants out. And then there's the USDA grant that I think is, I mean, it was, you guys had already talked about at a previous meeting.
Right.
But I'm just guessing that all the grants are gonna be held a long time.
I think the other big change you'll see in the fire numbers when you look at that same page 507, and you look at new equipment, we had budgeted in this year's FY 25 budget, $15,000 for new equipment. We have in next year's budget, $5,000. Some of that is a reflection of, I think Sean's caught up on some of his equipment needs, but also if we are going to be an integrated department, there'll be, I think, more sharing of the existing equipment, and it might reflect, I think, a difference of what we might need individually versus what might necessarily be needed when we have a combined operation. So you put that number in there to really reflect that reality, I think, going forward.
On the vehicle maintenance, is that all assumed for the chief's vehicle? I mean, that would be the only,
No,
No.
that's for everything.
that's for all
That's for all of the equipment.
the equipment? Okay, and that's gonna stay in there for the time being?
For the time
Yeah,
being.
yeah, okay. Question back on the, back on page 4,
Mhm.
the maintenance wages. Would you explain that again, what we do there?
So I have a person who is a part-time person who comes in when Sean needs assistance. For example, they assisted us when we did the painting. They assisted us when we did the drywall work. We have minor carpentry or other kinds of building-related repairs. That person comes in to does that for us,
As well as the cleaning?
as well as some, housekeeping and
And it's a
cleaning.
part-time thing, so there's no
It's very
benefit.
part-time. It just depends on what Sean needs and when he needs it, so,
An average of 15 hours.
right. But it's actually been helpful because it saved us from having to bring in, full cost contractors. So we've actually enjoyed that, having that flexibility.
And so it's the same person that does janitorial services? No.
No,
No.
No.
Different. So that's just the PD side, the janitorial services.
This is maintenance, yeah, this is.
Yeah.
Okay. If anybody has a question, speak up, because, okay.
I got a couple when you're done.
Yep, so,
I have a couple when you're done.
yeah, that's just
On
the
these-
fire, I'm
on
done with
these
the fire
items?
stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, well, speak up,
okay.
yeah, because
So. Can I go back to page 1?
Sure.
well, we're talking the fire department.
I'll save that one then.
Okay,
We'll review, I missed the other page 1, 2, and 3 or whatever as well, so.
All right, stay with the fire department for now.
Yeah, this is for fire department.
Seeing as they're here, right?
So the first item was on page 4.
Yeah, so, public safety, police and fire building, water and sewer from 2,300 to 3,200. I was curious about that. I had a question mark.
I based that on last year's, it came in just about $3,000.
Okay.
So I didn't want to undercut
yeah.
it again.
Yeah, I see the previous column.
It's 29,
It's just shy of
right.
3,000.
right.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
And we continue to have an issue with, we raised the sewer
Sewer
rates, and we're gonna raise
Right.
them again. So,
Yeah.
Right.
And, I don't know, this is kind of picking through the weeds, but seeing the fire chief's here and the police chief, they can explain it. Rubbish removal. Public safety building.
Sure.
there was some questions, remember how that arrangement?
The shared dumpster.
Yeah, so
So
I
there are.
I hate to, I just want to get a better understanding of that,
Oh, I would
if there is one.
So there's two dumpsters there. I believe one is cardboard and that is actually paid for by the town. And then there's the one for our building that appears to be a shared dumpster now between us and I think town hall, but I'm not sure. So I do know that the contracted service, which I think you saw,
That's what I saw.
drops some stuff into that dumpster. I don't know what the arrangement is, but I do know that that's.
We have our own dumpster at town hall, so I'm not sure that Dawn's bringing our trash down to you guys, but we can definitely ask that question.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on there.
I believe, I do know that they bring the recycling down there, the cardboard and,
Oh.
and.
Right. So what happened was, just to summarize it, what made me question it was, I don't know, it was probably back in the early winter. I happened to be driving by the fire police station one day. I think it was a weekend, if I remember right. And there was this guy that pulled up with nobody I knew in a truck that I'd never seen. And he's unloading rubbish bags and other stuff out of the back of his truck into the dumpster. The two dumpsters out back of the police fire station.
Sounds like
I-
we need to lock it.
Well, so I just made mental note of it, and long story short, I asked the fire chief about it, and then come to find out, I guess it was somebody working for
Yes.
one of the,
Yeah, we
Other
looked at the
people?
cameras and figured out who it was.
right. But so that led to other discussion about whose dumpster and who pays for what, and that's why I was just curious. But I guess we really don't know for sure how it
Yeah,
does
so
work.
that's something that we should talk about tomorrow, is what exactly is going on with the dumpsters?
Is it fenced in?
No, it's not, it's not like random people are dropping
No.
stuff.
Hmm.
This was the cleaning service that the town has. Dropping some stuff off I don't think it's anything, nefarious, I don't think it's anything wrongdoing.
No,
I think what it is everybody looking at all the dumpsters, like these are all town dumpsters or village dumpsters. We're all working for the same municipality, and so we're just kind of
That's it.
shifting stuff around. Which, in the grand scheme of thing, I don't know, it's all coming out of the same pocket, but I always look at it as it's my building, it's our dumpster, it's what we pay for, so.
Well, we'll put a sign on there and say the police department is watching this dumpster,
Yes.
and that should take care of it.
the only other question I had, which the manager already talked about, was that new equipment from 15,000 down to 5,000.
Right.
Mhm.
That's all I had for questions on the fire.
Okay, anything on the page 4, rest of page 4?
How, just health no, that's not even, that's just everywhere,
That's
health
it.
insurance everywhere.
The health insurance is on
Yeah, on
page
page
5.
Well, yeah.
And
Chief's salary. Just the increase from 24 to 25 to 26 contracted or projected.
Well, chief doesn't have a contract, but we do put in projected numbers. The only people that are on contract are our DPW and our office folks and the folks that work in sewer and water.
that's coming up, the
They're coming up
negotiation.
next meeting.
Right. Set on fire.
And then, okay, then the fire equipment, we've gone over that. And any questions on the insurance? Looks pretty straightforward
Yeah.
on the insurance. Now, one of the things that I'll bring up here, and it kind of does go back to the first page, which is the revenue. Quick calculation in terms of salary and benefits for our fire chief.
Yep.
With my numbers around 123,000. And we're charging 7,000 or 5.7% of that for your work as the
Health officer.
health officer. And I mean, you're the one that would know if that's a good number or whether that's understated. But I think we owe it to our,
To look at that.
so if you would look at that,
Yeah, so we're actually logging them different now, to try and keep a better track of.
like a log.
How much time is spent on health issues and what's on inspection issues. So we'll have a better understanding of that, which I can start updating. Maybe quarterly, would be the best way to do it.
Well, if you'll let Scott know and we'll have a chance after the next session when we come to the wrap up to go
Yeah.
over everything.
And we still don't have any guidance, and Sean's been working with the state about the whole rental inspections and that whole process, and it's been a little frustrating to try to get them to satisfy, get the memorandum of agreement and something put in place so that we could start that whole process. So maybe Sean, you could update the board just a little bit on where we are with that too.
Yeah, so there's been a staffing change up at the Springfield office. And the person that's in charge now, I've worked with extensively. And he always thought that we should have an MOU down here. I actually talked to him today. He called about some health office questions. I'm not sure if it has to do with the measles outbreak, but they were wondering who covers what areas now. So that was discussed, and we talked a little bit about an MOU, and he thought that we should start pursuing that.
And
Again,
the MOU would be with who?
that would be with the state, so that we can do the local inspections local. So right now, if Taylor was looking to have some inspections done at his place, I reach out to the state actually comes down and does that. Under the MOU, I would be able to go down and do that.
Mhm.
So it would give us much more control locally.
That's right.
And it would just be for existing rental properties. So anything new, we wouldn't touch, no businesses, nothing commercial, it would just be existing rental properties. That's what our goal is, to do that.
Okay. So the head of the fire guy is changed?
Yeah, so it was Landon Wheeler. He's actually moved up, so he works out of Mount Hillary now, or Waterbury. And so he's actually the deputy director, and a guy named Patrick Banks took over inspector.
So we're hopeful we'll get some movement on that. And
Yeah,
maybe at some point we'll bring you the actual agreement, which would be nice to have.
Yeah.
So it's been a long process.
Yeah.
But the budget doesn't reflect anything related to that at the moment. So if it happens, it'll be in the, additional revenue, because there is some revenue attached to that. as well.
Yeah. Okay,
Any other things with fire? There was a question on Zoom, if there was no other board questions.
yes.
Okay, I guess Jamie had a question?
Yeah, good evening, folks. So back to the elevator at the fire station. So when you folks as the board decided to move forward with the replacement using ARPA funds, there was so much allotted for the car itself, and then the electrical upgrade totaling somewhere around 130,000 in ARPA funds. So I was kind of interested to see actually how much of that maintenance budget went towards this elevator and for what? And is the elevator actually up and in service now?
Well, we'll answer the question, Jamie, but we're talking about the budget for next year. So later in the agenda, we're going to be talking about this year's expenses. But as far as I know, the elevator is up and running.
Yep.
And we did it within budget.
Yep.
And does that answer the question?
Well, it was just that last year's budget, you stated that 31 or 36,000 was spent on maintenance, and part of that, I don't know what percentage went into the elevator. So I was just interested that, we had put 130,000 into the elevator. What additional costs out of our regular budget gonna come to support the elevator, right, under maintenance?
So there'll be some electrical, and there's, I'm sure there'll be an inspection.
There are some minor items. I think Sean,
Alyssa is raising her hand.
okay,
So I did not say that any of that expense budget for the building was for the elevator. It all was spent out of the ARPA fund itself. The expense for that. So there was none that came out of that building expense line. That
Okay,
was
so
building expense.
And Alyssa, continuing expenses would be like a electricity and inspection or something, I would
Yeah,
think.
anything like that would be separate. That wasn't part of what was all.
and I think we had to put a phone line in at one point in
We had
time,
to put phone line in.
things like that, that were operating expenses outside of the ARPA, but they were pretty minor.
Okay,
for the
okay,
emergency.
thanks.
all right.
Yep.
Great. Okay, police, I guess we're done with fire. Yeah,
We're done with fire, we're on to police, so we'll start on page 6 of 7, which is the first page of the police. I guess the full-time officers is always the first thing that you look at because you can see that it fluctuates over time. There's sort of a good news, bad news story in our full-time officer staff, so we struggled to fill vacancies over the past 4 years. The good news is, I think, the chief has been very aggressive in finding really qualified transfers who were able to come in and take some of those vacancies. We've also sent 3 people to the academy. I think, 2 to the full-time and 1 to the part-time, Dave?
We sent 2 to the part-time, 3 to the full-time, and now we have another one in the full-time.
So, which is a good news portion. Now, there's a bad news portion to that, and that is when they're in the academy, we're paying them, but they're not providing us any coverage on the schedule. So you're paying that extra support to have officers in the street. When they come back from training, then they're put into field training, which means there's also additional time with an officer in the street. So that fluctuation you see from our fiscal year 24 of 290,000 to our fiscal year budget of 25 of 382 really reflected a lot of that activity. What we were doing is transitioning, filling vacancies. We are currently, when we look at our current staffing, we do have 2 sergeants. We have 4 patrol people, and 1 of those people are currently on a medical. And at this point, we're not sure that they'll be returning. It's more likely they won't return than they'll return back from this medical. And we have 1 vacancy. And then we have a host of different part-time people that are in various parts of our schedule. Some are more significant than others. So what you see is the impact of that activity from the 25 fiscal budget, plus the raises from last year impacting what we currently are projecting for our budget for fiscal year 26. So we haven't changed our staffing. We still have a vacancy listed within that number. We have an estimated number to cover that vacancy. Again, we don't have a person at the moment identified for that. So we took a mid-range. We didn't take the lowest level. We didn't take the highest level. We took a mid-range projection to fill that spot. But that's where you'll see the biggest variance when you look at the budgets from 24 through 25 to 26 and how that number has changed over that period of time.
Now, the person on disability,
Well, he's on workers' comp at the moment. So he's on the job injury. He had to have surgery. He's in rehab, and
so he's not being paid here.
he's being paid through workers' comp, correct? He's not being paid,
Being paid from us. No.
but his spot is still in the
But his
budget
spot
itself.
is, whether he returns or whether he's replaced, his spot is in this budget.
Correct.
How much, in next year's budget proposal, Chief, how much is extra duty based on police academy and
Well,
training?
hopefully there won't be a lot of police academy. This year was extraordinary for us because we sent 3, 1 of them wasn't able to complete. He left, and now we have, and 2 graduated. and are on the road, and one of them's working tonight. We now have another officer in the full-time academy, right now. And for any of them, we have to fill in their shifts, so to make adjustments and of the times that we're there and people that are there. So, it was not the usual mix that we've had this year, with having the officers and shifts and doing shifts.
I guess the good news portion of this is, once we are through this period, if our one officer who's out on workers' comp does leave us and we find a replacement, and we do find a replacement for that vacancy, it'll be the first time that I can recall that we're fully staffed. At least, almost 5 years I've been here, and Dave, you might even have to go back farther than that to even
Yes,
figure out when the last time was we had a full complement of full-time officers.
yes, it would be 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So
So,
just to verify then, that number, the new number reflects the fully staffed full-time
correct.
personnel.
We budgeted we budgeted the officer that's currently out with the injury, and we also budgeted for the vacancy. So over the course of the year, we currently don't have anybody that we are looking at. We're gonna have to do another recruitment. So I have no idea when those vacancies might actually get filled. We advertise, periodically meet, go through the process. It's a fairly extensive process to get a candidate through to the point where we're ready to make an offer. So it'll be a while.
You're saying as well that 24 and 25 might have been closer to the 26 budget had we had that position filled.
Well, we had 2 or 3 positions open back then.
Right.
In 24.
Yes.
Last year, we had 2 vacancies for full-time officers, and I think Dave was looking for another like full-time, part-time officer, somebody who didn't just work call-in shifts, but was a permanent part-time employee like the one that we have currently. So we had technically 3 vacancies, 2 for full-time and 1 for permanent part-time.
The year-to-date financials, we're at roughly 78% of budget. And we should be at 67%. So obviously our spend rate this year is in excess of the budget. Which
all of the training and the absences, full-time people have been in this budget year. So it has added up to our budget, yes, over time.
So when we're fully staffed, if you look at the overtime number, should that actually be increased from what it's projected?
I think we go for what we have there. There certainly is overtime, the last week we had officers, make arrests. There was some search warrants and things that we had no way to predict those things until they were upon us. And certainly there's always going to be overtime, but there isn't going to be the overtime to actually fill for months, a person's shift. So I think we go with this figure.
You think it'd be good?
I
Okay.
think it'll be.
I just wanted to make sure that it was adequate.
I believe it will be. I hope it will be, and we try to keep it down. It just, one thing catches up with another.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I just wanted to make sure you had what you needed.
But I would think it'd be easier to, correct me if I'm wrong, but easier to keep that at that number or below
When
you're not filling positions all the time by
That's true.
here, there and everywhere.
Yes. So that's why I'm saying, I don't think.
Or filling hours, I should say, shifts.
This might be getting a little ahead.
Yeah, as Sean mentioned there, 3 people at the academy, it's about 48 weeks. So that would be almost a full-time position for,
1 year. Yeah, exactly.
and there's still also trainings that they have to take over and above that.
And can you, because I'm unfamiliar, can you explain the retention and recruitment bonuses?
That's a part of the contract,
I see.
that was, negotiated, as a way to retain officers. So they're paid, in January and in June, for 6 months. If they have been there, they receive a retention bonus, that we. So, but that is part of the contract.
Sure. And that'll be renegotiated, in this next
In the next
contract.
contract.
We've gone through a period where it's been very difficult to recruit police officers. And, so this was something that we did and everybody has had to do it
Right.
in order to provide staff. So, you know, the fact that it's gonna be renegotiated doesn't mean that it's gonna go away, but it is an item that, when you're fully staffed, you can perhaps negotiate a little bit differently than when you're desperate for staff. So,
Right.
Yeah, I know the other agencies around us are still struggling for staffing, so it's a little bit of a good news story for, you know, we've been able to come up from, we were in some pretty dire straits a few years back, but again, I think a lot of work and I think perseverance, and the chief has kept his ear to the ground and found some really good officers to come in. So we've been able to weather the storm better than some, unfortunately, are still having some real problems trying to fill their spots.
And that's not just us, that's everybody in Vermont and really nationwide, it is still very difficult to get anybody to want to be a police officer, so.
So when you look at this, next year's budget, chief, for the full-time officers, how many are in here? How many full-time officers?
It would be everybody but us. It would be the 2 sergeants and the 4 officers, and then the open position.
So there'd be
7.
Seven.
Seven and a chief, yeah. And an assortment of part-timers, but we don't put that into that.
No, but we have a part-time budget.
Right.
Okay, so it's 7 officers, okay.
I think the other item that you'll notice on this page, if you go down to the health insurance, again, sort of another story. We've had a variety of our younger officers transition from family plans to transition from individual plans to family plans over the course of the year. So you can see when 2 or 3 people make that transition, the impact it has on our health insurance budget. And that's basically what that reflects, is that we've had some folks that have gotten married, started families, and changed their coverages accordingly.
Yeah, health insurance increases across the board were the biggest in most accounts, which, correct me if I'm wrong, we can't do much of anything about, nor would we want to, because everyone's health benefits, but.
If you employ them, they're entitled to benefits.
Now, what we did do is change from Blue Cross to MVP.
Right.
And by making that change this year, we did save significant money
You did say.
because the Blue Cross rates went up dramatically.
Yeah.
So we were able to almost keep ourselves flat by moving to MVP, and got my fingers crossed as to how it works out for everyone. It's a little mixed at the beginning, so we're hopeful that it'll improve over time. But when we looked at the year-to-year premiums, it was gonna be about an extra $100,000 across the organization, so it was definitely time to make
It
a
was
change.
definitely,
Yeah.
I did want to ask about police payroll, just because I don't know if it's sustainable, looking at a 30% increase in 2 years. If we were to look at, I'm wondering what we should expect for an increase from 26 to 27 as a ballpark. Are we looking at a 15% increase again, year over year? Or are we projecting that it would stay flat once we get staffed up, or at least more flat? I just don't,
there'll be a new contract, so.
So, yeah, and
That
will
if
be
we're going to have a new contract, then that will be determined in negotiations, what those figures are. You know, we're not the highest paid, agency in the area, but we do have to remain competitive, to keep and to attract people. So I would not think it would go up, it will, and, you know, even like the inflation rate, the last contract, went up basically because of the inflation rate that we went up quite a bit, in the payroll. So there are some things that we have no control over, the inflation rate, how to do that, and remaining competitive with other agencies to be able to have staff. And like I say, we're not the highest paid, but we have to keep within the ballpark of that. So, but I do not think it'll be a 15% raise next year.
One thing I want to bring to the board's attention, if you look at our police office expenses and you look under dispatch, that's
Yeah.
what we pay when we switch over from our folks to the sheriff's office.
Wyndham County.
Wyndham County, thank you. The
Wow.
issue is the state is looking at a bill, and it probably will make it through crossover, to go to statewide dispatching. And what impact that's gonna have on us, typically the state will come in and tell us that they're here to help and that they'll make things better, but our experience is usually that doesn't always work out in our favor. So I'm a little nervous about what impact that might have on us going forward if that comes to pass. So we'll keep an eye on that, give you some feedback as it continues through the legislative process. But if you do talk to some of our local state folks, you might just bring that up to them and say, hey, have you looked into this? What's the financial impacts? You know, for small communities, that can be a significant change in our financial position if the state decides that they're going to mandate some sort of statewide structure and we all pay X or per capita or some other formula to participate. So I just want to bring that to your attention. I have no financial data on it yet. They have not done any that I can see or find. And I don't know if Dave's heard anything
I don't
different.
know if there's any numbers out there for that. The report on the 911 dispatching was just released, I believe, last week.
It's very new, right?
Very recently that the legislature had asked for a report on that, and that is just barely out, and they're just absorbing that at legislature. We also, with the sheriff's contract, that will be up this year. So we don't have the figures. I've talked to the sheriff. We don't have the figures on if it will be up or down.
So
Talked about the state.
so-
I know, I know.
Turn off the
And the
lights.
lights go out.
I'm sorry about that.
I got a couple questions.
The contract, what have you got in there for the, 112?
112.
Got the same number, all right,
Right.
okay.
Same, basically flat.
You were talking about the dispatch, now, why do we have this extra person in there?
We've been training somebody part-time so that when our full-time person is out, they can plug in and we can pay a much lower rate. When we pay additional hours for the sheriff to cover, they charge us a much higher rate. So we actually save money by having this other part-time person trained and available. So we decided to give it a shot and see how it will
Will
impact
that
us.
have an impact on this?
It won't have an impact on the 112 necessarily, but if our dispatcher, she works 40 hours in the week and that's figured into the contract. If she is to work less than that, we pay the sheriff for any hours out of that 40 that they cover, which is, I believe, $70 an hour is the contract rate that we pay. We got a really good candidate in that agreed to be a part-time dispatcher. The amount that we see in there that's overage is the training portion. There's a lot to know and to be able to digest for them. So it did initially cost us, but hopefully, they'll be able to fill in vacation, sick days, and if our dispatch goes to training, which we do, they will be able to fill in for that.
Okay, Wade, you had a question?
Yeah, down in the police office expenses. I was just looking at the computer equipment, went from 0 to 8,500.
14.5.
No, he's looking at the third line in.
That's
Dave.
because Windows 10 or anything below 10 and under. Not every computer that's a Windows 10, but most of them can't be converted to Windows 11. So we have to convert all of the computers that can be converted to 11, and then we have to purchase new ones for those that cannot be. And the police department has a lot of computers.
You have to make a move. You
Okay.
don't have a choice.
Yeah. And the other question was a couple lines down after that, investigations fund from 5 to 10,000.
Yeah, we're running over budget.
That has to do with untimely deaths and our contracting out for that. We believe that we're sending one and probably two of our people to the class for untimelies and major crimes like that. And hopefully that will be able to be reduced, but it takes a few months of them following and shadowing other investigators, either state police or sheriffs or another agency with untimely deaths. It is quite a process to become cleared by the state's attorney for an officer to do that. So we are in hopes that it will that will come down, but
it's another situation where the state police, I think, used to do a lot of this.
they did do a lot of it. They are.
They're constrained at the moment.
Yeah.
But at some point, over due time, that might return to at least one person in-house that would be certified.
That's our hope, yes.
Yeah.
We would like to, but hopefully we can.
All I have.
So then if you look at page 7 of 7, we had to make some adjustments. You can see workers' comp reflects, you know, they do it by payroll. So you can see as your payroll is increasing, the impact that has on some of your insurance costs. Alyssa went back through and did some allocations. I think that's why you see the general liability coverages that are a little different than previous years. Those are the two primary things I think in that basic in our insurance coverages. And then the last thing on that page, when you look down under our capital, things that we have done on a continual basis, and there'll be, again, I think as Jigs has pointed out, part of our ongoing discussions as we look at the impacts of this new municipal fire arrangement, what the impacts might be on our capital expenditures. Right now, we're forecasting the regular transfer for a police vehicle, the regular transfer to help with just general capital improvements. And then you can see the police vehicle. And if you remember, we did apply for and receive the $50,000 grant for the offsetting the cost of the electric pickup truck. So that's in a separate grant fund. So what you see here is real numbers. Alyssa will be charging the balance of that purchase in this year's budget. I think it's about 24,000 or so roughly. So you'll be carrying that into the fiscal 26 budget. So you'll have roughly almost $50,000 accrued if you wanted to purchase a cruiser next year. So we'll take take a look at, we go through the year and have a conversation with that later on next year.
Our building fund reserves at 80,000. I question whether we need to put an additional 15,000.
And that's one area we could certainly cut back, as Jake's pointed out, there's, I think, that's the 516 fund. I think, Alyssa provided a copy there for the board to take a
Yeah,
look at.
it's 95 with this year's entry. So we could take that out if the board felt that that was,
It's reasonable. We don't have an identified project at this point, so if the board felt strongly, we could certainly do that. And then,
We don't have to do that right now, but I think that's one of the items that I would
okay,
put a check next to.
gotcha.
And the 23,4 here is the balance on the electric vehicle.
That expenditure,
Yeah,
correct.
so the fund going into next year with the 50,000 would be up to about 76,000 for a police vehicle.
which is probably enough to buy another vehicle, but then your fund would be empty if we did buy another vehicle, which I think Dave
That's-
can talk about that.
But I think having the 50,000 reserve is appropriate, so.
Right.
Okay, any other questions?
Just about the police budget generally, what is the biggest challenge within the budget? If we found some money and added it, what have we found the most challenging? What have we been most helpful within the budget?
I think that, you know, it's a big increase over the budget, but we're way over budget in our actual, so
Currently, yeah.
and I think that, you know, you got a chief and you've got 7 officers. And, you know, it's a game of numbers, you know, what would it be if you could go to 6? We have a contract that requires coverages, et cetera, and it's complicated. But the only way really to reduce this budget would be to have 1 less officer. I don't see how any other way to, you know, you gotta have dispatch. You gotta do the job. So it's,
And we need decent equipment, which we have, you know, with, some departments probably, I know some people have better, but we have decent vehicles, we have, you know, we have a decent facility. And we try slowly to improve that, like we did the floors, we did, the dispatch, which was some of the officers and the dispatcher worked themselves with the dispatch. Volunteered their time and came in and played the floor and painted the walls, fixed the walls. Our biggest thing is recruitment and keeping people here. And at this moment, we're in a good spot. That could change tomorrow. But that is our thing, is to be able to recruit good people and have them trained and get them trained. So that's something we always have to deal with.
On retention, there are probably dollars well spent. So thinking if there are anything else we can do in that regard to make it easier, so we don't have to be rehiring all the time and doing school all the time. So. Likely cost efficient.
Wait, you said you had a question, you know, did you miss the last meeting?
No.
When they, you know, okay, because I had looked at the first couple of pages, and I figured we might as well make a couple of comments.
Sure.
You said you had something.
Yeah, one of the questions already got answered. The other one was the use of the fund balance, 125,000.
That's a projected number we looked at, you can see that last year we had projected out of that surplus, we used 150.
Yeah.
Right,
We projected that just to give you a number to work with that's less than what was proposed for last year. You still have a working balance to work through based on your audit report. So that was something that Alyssa and I put in there as a working number for you to consider.
The copy I have didn't show anything there. Did you add something?
It should be on that first page,
on page one,
page one, Jigs.
Yeah, mine shows zero.
in the miscellaneous.
Well, there was two different, I think you had two different copies, right? I gave you the initial copy and then this was the second copy.
Right,
So you plugged 125
We
in
plugged
there?
125 in. Mhm.
there's
Yeah, I
two
don't-
sets of financials.
I'm not sure about that.
What's the date on yours?
The 21st?
Yeah, this is 3/7/25, so this is
Right,
in today's set.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I mentioned the health office reimbursement, but the,
Mhm.
according to the, under the finance, under the audit and village reports, the number here is 15,000 for the audit.
Right, that was my next question.
What is the fee, what's next year's fee for audit for the village?
The total audit fee for June 30, 20, it's $30,200. So that's split with water and sewer.
You allocated, what, 25?
The total's 30, then you split water, sewer, and general.
15,1 to village and 7,550 to water and 7,550 to sewer.
Okay. All right. That's a lot of money, but
Yeah.
anyway,
That's a lot of
the computer hard drive on the second page is a $4,000 item. What is that?
where are
So
we?
your page 2 of 7,
Page
Jigs?
3.
Yeah,
On page
two of
3.
seven, two of six. I've got that, the 21st version. So,
Yeah, it's on page 3, halfway down,
Okay.
for
That is the same thing that I talked about for the police department. It's for
Updating for the Windows.
updating to Windows 11 for a portion of the town hall staff's computers.
The question of village attorney, that's been a positive thing for us in the last couple of years, but do you anticipate using an attorney in the negotiations?
I don't think so, but we will need him to help us rewrite the agreements for District 5 and Kissel Hill. So, and we've been hopeful that we don't have to go that far in negotiations, but again, it just depends.
You never know.
You
Okay,
never know.
because you're leaving it flat, but
Right.
Okay, now the health insurance went
Right.
bonkers here in our staff. What happened there? That budget account is up 68%.
We had 2 staff members who were on the incentive, went to full family plans, so that increased it quite a bit. And then there was another change with another, no, I guess there was just the 2.
2 family plans?
Yeah.
But
They
from,
weren't even on our insurance, they were on the incentive, and then they got
Right.
off the incentive and went on our insurance.
Right.
I can see what that does.
from 4,400 to 30,000?
Yeah.
No, 15
Family
grand,
insurance coverage is
15 grand.
It's,
substantial.
And that's only the allocation for the village, so. But
Right.
these two staff members are their, all of their wages and benefits are split between town, village, water and sewer.
So this is like 30%. No, wait a minute, 20%. This is 20% of the,
Of the
Is that-
increase, correct.
wow, what is that? Is that like,
It just seems crazy, but it's reality. And then what is insurance incentive? I mean, alternatively, that went down, so that's a
Right,
good
because we
thing.
pay people a certain amount of money to not, when they don't take our health insurance. So it's a way for us to try to incentivize somebody to
Oh,
not take the insurance. And you can see the impact when they
yeah,
don't take the incentive. It's
I've never
substantial.
heard of that.
so it basically, it's 150,000 for the finance staff, for the, now, have we added anybody into that? Or is it just going,
No,
it
it's just,
can't be just two?
Yeah, that'd be a lot.
just that,
'Cause
that's our
there's-
portion, our coverage portion of that family plan is that much. That's the difference.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
I have one,
Yes, sir.
back to page 1, under revenue, or the police chief, parking fines. How's that? You got it at 2,500. Do you think that would be increased if we had when we're fully staffed?
It might, we're also looking at another avenue, maybe, increasing that. During the daytime, during the week.
I know it fluctuates up and down, but
Yeah.
seems like a few years back, we always got more than that for revenue from that, or it was somewhat higher.
It was somewhat. We have been issuing a lot of tickets, this winter. We do have boot lists or boot letters going out to people. And there's a number that have not paid any of their fines, so that there is a chance we will be moving some vehicles. And that would increase it quite a bit if all of those came in.
Year to date, we've got 2,700,
Right.
so that's a good sign.
Oh, I
Okay. All right, well, at the next meeting, we're gonna do water and sewer.
Water and sewer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very much.
Bye. Sure.
Quick questions on just the Bellows Falls Community Television. Thank you, Fact TV. But wondering, probably not for here, but I was noting that we had a contract with them. I'd be interested to see what it covered, mostly because of the new requirements that we do post things for longer periods of time. So just interested in what we want there long term. So,
Are you on a particular
think-
page?
it's just under the general fund on page 4, right at the top. Some of the things, very small expense. I thought if we might want to project that it would be going up if we
We're doing that internally. We're posting it ourselves.
I don't think we have a contract.
No, I don't believe so either.
what is that for? Hosting or filming or?
Filming, yeah, that's what it was for, yeah.
And as we ask for things, as we have meetings that we need.
Alex is pretty flexible with us in terms of scheduling stuff. Yeah.
Thinking about communication, trying to get the word out. So I think we might be able to use them more.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just such a resource to the area.
And I had a question about the Riverfront Park, which is owned by the Historical Society, and we had a small budget item for the park. I was just wondering what we covered there.
They have requested support from, I think, both of us, the town and the
Both town
village,
and the village.
to help them with just general maintenance expenses because they had become a little overwhelmed with just upkeep. So that was what was agreed to, and I think they really just use it for like maintenance, mowing, keeping the brush trimmed and just general park maintenance, to be honest with you.
That started like what, 2 or 3 years ago?
About 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's the third year we've done it.
Well worth it.
Yeah, we spend surprisingly very little on our parks.
Well, we just have the park across from you.
A ton of volunteer hours go into
Right.
that park.
Yeah,
An amazing amount of work goes on down there. It's,
But it's mowed. Eric,
I know.
you keep it nice.
he does a nice job.
Okay, fiscal year 25 vehicle extraction tools, I believe is a,
It keeps coming
Motion.
back to, well, it keeps coming back on your agenda, and I just wanted to bring this to your attention again because the paper did not publish our required notice. And in order for us to be eligible for this damn grant, it has to line up with what was in the paper. So Betsy re-advertised it. It's coming back to you on the 25th. I just wanted to bring it to your attention so that when I bring it back, you guys don't think that, why are we doing this for the third time? It's just because it didn't match up with
But it was in the paper, I read it.
for the 25th. They didn't have the right date on the previous, so it didn't match up to the meeting when we had the public meeting.
Yeah, I don't know.
So they
about
told
that.
us we had to redo it.
is there any motion that we need to
No
make?
motion, this is just informational. I just want you to know it's coming back on the 25th. And at that point, then you will probably never see it again.
Okay.
But just wanted to bring that to your attention.
All right,
Then I put in your packet, the ordinance committee had gone through and done a fairly extensive review of our village ordinances, and so this is one of the sections that they had worked on, motor vehicle and traffic. As you can see, there's quite a few strike-throughs and some addition, but not a tremendous amount of new wording. I just wanted to bring this forward for the board to take a look at. It's gonna come back to you in a subsequent meeting for a public hearing, and then ultimately another meeting for adoption. So I just wanted to bring this onto your agenda so you could see it. And just, make you aware if there were any issues or concerns that we'll be bringing it back to you. The next time you see it, we will actually have a public hearing and go forward from there.
So this is drafted by the ordinance committee.
So it was an ordinance already adopted by the village, but the village had gone through a process where they had asked some folks on a committee to go through all the ordinances and make recommendations for update.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Twenty-fifth,
Thank you.
water and sewer budget,
Yes,
and we'll get the water and sewer financials
financials,
year to date.
correct.
Can we get a balance sheet?
Yep.
And I'd like to get the balance sheet for the general fund too,
Mhm.
and balance sheets. Anything else that, oh, we're gonna have that, the fire equipment. The one that.
Yeah, the extraction tool,
Yeah,
yes. And then we'll schedule the public hearing on the ordinance.
ordinance. Okay, and then we've got the joint board on April 29th.
Yes.
Does anybody have any thoughts there?
Well, I've been asked by several people to put together a report about what Bellows Falls Pride has done to support the LGBTQ community in the area. You know, since the issue came up around Elijah's proposal for a flag and perhaps painting the crosswalk, several people have mentioned to me that it might be a good idea to let the community have a full understanding of what it is we have been doing for the past 2 years and what we're going into this year as well. So I'd like to produce a report that just provides a summary of the kind of events that we've had, the kind of attendance and outreach that we've been able to make within the community.
Right, yeah, it's fine with me. I have no problem, but it's not about the flag, it's about.
No, it's just, it's more of
an
a
update
general
on-
understanding because
Yeah.
people don't really have that information readily available. So this way, it's a nice encapsulation of what's been
What's
happening.
happening?
Okay, I think, you know, I feel, you know, very strongly about the flag business.
Oh, no, I think
But
you were absolutely
But I
right.
also feel very, very strongly about the positive contribution
Yes,
that the LGBTQ family has brought to this town and village. So,
yes,
So I think it's fine.
sounds great, thanks.
We'll have an update on the communications enhancements. I think that was what Taylor was referring to earlier.
Right.
So we'll be looking forward for that. And I think we'll probably have another update on the implementation committee process for the fire issue. So I'm not exactly sure what form that's going to take yet, but I'm sure that'll be part of the discussion.
Okay, review and approve orders, bills and warrants.
I'll make that motion to
Okay,
move that.
is there a second?
Second?
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Other business.
No,
I'll say.
no, I just to compliment the police force, you know, all of the postings that appear publicly around the work that they're doing with keeping our community safe, I think is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah. There's a lot going on here.
There's a lot going on.
Busier than we like it to be, put it that way.
No,
That's
for
right.
sure, but again, I feel like if you look all around us, we collectively do such a really good job of keeping the community as safe as we can.
Yeah, very important. Wait,
I was just gonna echo what the manager mentioned earlier about the incident up on the interstate over the weekend. I can honestly say that the police and fire chief, in my opinion, went above and beyond that day.
They were extraordinary. I agree.
They really did go the extra mile on helping people out, as well as, I can't name them all, but it was a handful of other people that assisted them, right up till 6, 7 o'clock that night, so. It was a long day, but
unbelievable.
but everything got taken care of in a timely manner, and so, yeah, but they kind of led that on the part that we were doing, and they stepped up and did it. That's all I got.
That's good to know.
I had very similar comments, so I'm glad we're on similar pages. Was a thanks to the fire departments and to the voters. I know it was a Rockingham discussion. And I know it was more than just the town meeting last week, but throughout that process, and especially at the meeting, I know the voters I think it was a very responsible discussion, a passionate discussion, and throughout everyone expressed their appreciation for the fire departments. So I think that was what was really obvious, is that we have some exceptional fire departments that have really got the support of our community. So I was really proud to see that discussion happen at the meeting and beforehand. So a thank you to the voters and to the fire department and all involved for contributing in a really helpful way.
Great.
That's all for me.
Scott, do you have?
No, nothing else.
All right. Well, as I said, our next meeting will be March 25th at 6 o'clock here. Jamie, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just under other business, and I know that nothing has been brought up to the select board yet, but there's a lot of discussion in the walk bike committee right now about putting a bike lane all along Atkinson Street. And as of their last meeting, it could really affect some parking for folks, and they're still, working out what the recommendation, but they're talking to the state and everything because it's a state highway. So just wanted everyone on the board to be aware that you might have constituents coming to you here in the village that are affected by that, such as Little Leasi's. They're talking about possibly doing away with the parking in front of their store for the bike lane. That some residents may lose a little bit of parking out in front of their homes due to this. So it's just something to keep an eye out, and you're near to the track, just so it doesn't come to a surprise down the road. And all of a sudden they say, hey, we're gonna put this bike lane in, and some people might not be completely in favor of it. So just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Jamie. I just read those notes or those minutes, and I think that though the recommendation might go to the Rockingham Select Board, so we might not even have seen it. So definitely something to be aware of. So thank you.
Yeah, I
for that.
wasn't aware of it. I think.
Yeah.
Bike lanes are a wonderful concept. But the usage is very minor in many instances. And I think when it takes away a business's parking, that's that's serious. It needs to be really looked at closely, and I'm sure the select board will,
No, and nothing's in stone yet, but just I don't want everybody to be blindsided, the Bellows Falls trustees, and all of a sudden what? So, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we need a motion to go into executive
Yes,
session.
so,
There'll be a brief one, and there'll be no
right.
message
Is
afterwards.
this for contract
It's personnel matter.
personnel? Okay.
So
So you need a motion to go in executive session for a personal matter
Personnel matter.
where premature knowledge might impact a future decision of the board.
okay, so moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're in executive session.
Okay, so I'm gonna have
Thank
to,
you.
thank you
Thank you all.
guys. We're not expected to come back.